Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Scott, how do you do? Chat. Chat. So we've had proper leaks now with numbers. So and FLINS is actually gonna be a really easy character to calc. Cause like we don't really need the actual footage of his animations. Because we know that the upper limit for his thing is 2 skills. That's it, right? Like that's where it ends. He does 2 skills and that's it. 3 at C1. Right? And we know that the fucking normal attacks are gonna be pathetically dog shit. Anyways, chat. We're gonna start with that. We're gonna start with FLINS right off the bat. Hi. Good morning. So, base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack. We will have some damage percent, but not a lot. Actually, before we look at FLINS, let me just quickly look at whether Aino's multipliers are dog shit or not. That's ass. Ew! What do you mean 36? What? Nah. That. What? What a joke! I guess the 50% EM scaling is actually where her damage is coming from. But that's not good, dude. That's not good at all. Ah, oh, fuck, that's awful. This character sucks ass. What do you mean people were saying? Okay, whatever. Leaker, no, I'm never trusting Leaker TC again. That C6 isn't she alright? Yeah, I like her C6 is a good constellation, but it's not enough to make the character good. Like at C6 she's gonna be okay, and the only thing that she does is the effect from C6. Anyways, you need to run her anyway for 3 non-cries, but you don't care about running 3. You only need 2. Anyways, EM multiplier, crit value, crit multiplier, attack, normal attack, attack, lunar charge, and then lunar charge damage, motion value, normal attack, motion value, lunar charge, number of lunar charge, damage, normal attack, damage Q, damage lunar charge, damage DPS. So, okay, FLINS base stats. 352 base attack, crit damage ascension. Okay. What weapon should we look at? The new craftable? Maybe? So 48 lunar charge damage. Ooh, we'll have a few things to calc, actually. Same element, different element, clear. Now for your favorite part, caught, non-caught. Alright. Let's look at 1 plus 2, 1 plus 1, 0 plus 2, 1 plus 0. Right? So who is this about? This is about FLINS. I want to double check what you're actually supposed to do for his ult, for his energy requirements. Whether you're actually supposed to use all the possible ults, or if you're better off not doing that. Do we have energy data? I don't think we do. But I'm gonna assume that, like other carries, he generates 4 to 5 particles from his own stuff. For now. So, energy. Cost, 70 plus 60, 70 plus 30, 60, 70. So, do you do 18-second rotations? Or a different rotation length? $16? No. Definitely not 16. Well, you could do a 16-second rotation if you just don't do the big burst, but I don't know if that's what you're supposed to do. Because big burst cooldown is 18. But let's just assume a fucking chill 20-second rotation, straightforward. Right? In 20 seconds, you get 6.6 particles from Inefa. So let's say you get 4 on him. No. 4.5 on him, 2 off him from Inefa. Let's say you get 4 from his own stuff and 3 from Electro Resonance. Or something like this for now. Then we have your other teammates. Who do we look at for now? We probably want Sucrose. We're probably doing TTDS Sucrose, which means we probably battery the Sucrose particles into him. And then Hydro Slot. I don't think Aino's worth it. She looks like she's complete dog shit unless you have her C6. Unless I'm missing something major. She looks completely terrible. Might be worse than Hydro MC terrible. Like, it looks bad. Like, this is what the fuck am I looking at, dude? Like, it's, yeah. She can use the set. So can anyone else. No, like, the Nogcry set can be used on non-Nogcry characters. Can't it? Yeah, when dealing elemental damage. Okay, the official names are Nascent and Ascendant. Alright, sure, man. But yeah, so you can have this on Yelan if you want. You're missing Ascendant buff without 3 Nogcry? Wait, what? Why? It's been leaked? There are 3 stages? Those are stages 2 and 3? Oh. Well, that sucks. Max buff is 2 Nogcry? Okay, you guys are just saying you guys are giving me conflicting stories, okay? You guys gotta get your story straight. Your alibi isn't holding up, chat. First league said 3, then it was corrected to 2. Wait, then 3 again? Whatever, let's just look at Aino for now. What, like, I don't give a shit. We don't know how many particles she gives, though, so fuck that. We're not looking at Aino. Let's look at Yelan. Whatever. Yelan is straightforward. 4. Yeah. So, this is a problem, by the way. Like, 220 ER is a lot. So maybe this isn't something you can actually do. You definitely don't big burst. I mean, I understand why you feel like that, but like, doesn't it kind of fucking nuke? Like, that's over 1,000 lunar charge motion value. Wait. What does the lunar charge damage per phase mean? What does the per phase mean? Because it doesn't say anywhere where that goes. Is it just like plus 46.7? It's 3 hits? It's 3 hits plus 2. And the per phase are the 3 hit? That's a really bad name for it then. First hit isn't lunar charge? Yeah, it's first hit, then 3 hits, and if there's a thundercloud, an additional 2 hits. But like, is it 3 hits of 46, and then if there's a thundercloud, an additional 2 hits of 233? Is it 3 hits of 233, and then if there's thunderclouds, an additional 2 hits of 46? Or is it 3 and then potential plus 2 hits of all 233 plus 46% per phase level? I don't know. I don't think it's very clear either. I think it's 3 to 5 hits of 40% and 1 big slash. Well, we know for sure that's not true. Because there is no 1 big slash described anywhere. It does 3 and then it does 2. It never does 1. Fuck, man. So I guess we actually have no idea how good he is. $46 times 5 is 233. It's just the total. Shit, dude. Is that actually what this is? Fuck, that's so fucking dog shit then. What do you mean? That's so bad. What the fuck? So the big burst is just worse than 1 mini burst? No! So he has the same design issue as Verissa? Dude! I guess for now we'll just calc the 0 plus 2. But I feel like this can't be real because it makes us sick dog shit. Whatever, man. Why bother making 2 bursts at that point? Yeah, exactly. Like, if that's what it is, right? Where the actual total damage from the big burst is 233, and the total damage from the mini burst is fucking 430, what's the point of doing a big burst that costs more and has a long animation and does half the damage? Like, what do you mean? And then plus 3 because you can burst 1 more time at the end of your uptime? You can't. You skill burst. Then 6 seconds later, you skill burst. And then 6 seconds later, your skill has expired, so you can't do another skill burst. Doesn't the initial single hit do 467 plus the 234 with the 5 total hits later? That's what we're not sure. Like, we don't know if this is 230. Like, we don't know which of the lunar charge numbers applies to what. Because there's 2 instances mentioned, but we don't know if they're supposed to be the same number on all of them or different numbers. And if they're different numbers, we don't know which is which. But it could also be the same number because you get a total of 5 of them, and 5 times this number is exactly this number. Anyways, let's take a look at new weapon, which is 510 base attack. Please name your sheet. You can't make me. I think it's just 467 plus 3 times 46 plus 2 times 46. If that is true, his burst is awful, and I hate his design even more. I don't know how good that's going to be. We're taking a look, but yeah, I really hope that's not true. Anyways, 46.6 times 2 plus 41.3 plus 48% from TDDS plus 20% from Noblesse plus 20% from TOM. No, we don't have TOM. I was lying and wrong. 20% from substats. That's basically it. Damage percent is gonna be like 30, but basically nothing. EM. So, the set gives 80. He gets 160 from passive. He gets 6% of Inefa's attack, which is gonna be around 2400. He gets around 180 from Sucrose. Is that it? Did you sleep? No, I did not. He gets about 80 from substats. Is that it? New set? That's the first thing I put. Oh, you mean the support set. You're right. He gets 120 from the support set. And that's it. EM multiplier. 1.28 times 8% of his attack. That's already in. It caps at 160. 60 from Aino. We're not using Aino for now. EM times 6 divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1.2 and then an additional 48% from the weapon, so 1.68. Crit value 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6, 60. You can't go CM? Yo. Effective attack, normal attack is total attack times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier. Effective attack lunar charge is total attack times EM multiplier times crit multiplier. Lunar charge damage is 2604 times EM multiplier times crit multiplier. Weapon passive, that's already in. Motion value, normal attack. We'll also include the skill in here. Like the, yeah. So. How many do we expect to be able to get? Okay, unironically, there's no fucking point to staying on him past the 6 seconds. Is there? I don't know if you can swap out. I mean, you can swap out after you do your second burst. Let's just do 2 and 5s. So 2 times 99.02 plus 99.96 plus 123.8 plus 70.94 times 2 plus 93, whatever, 170.02. We also get 303.28. Okay. Motion value, lunar charged, will be 132.52 plus 198.78 times 2 times 3. The number of lunar charge, total DPS should be around 100k. No, it will not be around 100k here. Bro is making things up. 100k. Oh, 100k team DPS. I was like, what the fuck is bro yapping about? Team DPS, sure. I thought you were saying personal DPS. I was like, no way in hell, buddy. Okay. You had 40% from the sets? I'm pretty sure it's 20% from the sets. I don't think each set is giving 10% per set. I think you're getting in total 10% per set. Anyways, number of lunar charge. He's probably the one with main lunar charge ownership because his stats are omega fucking boosted. So on a 20-second rotations, you get 10. Although to be fair, you don't need to do 20-second rotations if you don't do big burst. You can probably do 16-second rotations. Not with Yelan. 18-second rotations. Sure. Anyways, damage normal attack is this times 190 divided by 390 times 1.15. Damage Q is this times 1.15. Damage lunar charge. This times 1.15. 65k DPS here. That's pretty high, huh? Although, to be fair, that's not actually 65k DPS because that's including the lunar charge damage, which is kind of unfair to call it FLINS personal DPS. Why is normal attack number so low? Because he doesn't do damage with normal attacks. Alright, his actual personal DPS outside of lunar charge is around 50k here. If you really try to min-max his shit, right, no Yelan. Instead you go Aino. And you do 16-second rotations. 72k DPS. But what's Maoika personal DPS in her best teams like 130k. But Maoika's teams are not balanced the same way. Maoika does all the damage in her best teams. That's not the case for FLINS. But yeah, let's look at FLINS, Inefa. Sucrose. Aino. So, Inefa. Will TF work on him? No, they pretty much outright say this will not work with TF. Fuck you. 330 plus 565. We do go double attack as on here as well. We don't have that. We don't have that. We do have these. Yep. EM. Alright, what the fuck is she gonna be on? We just put her on TOM. Make things simple. Yeah. Fuck it. Can't be bothered, dude. We do have this. We don't have this. We don't have this. 180 was Sucrose. We do have it. 80 was Substats. We do have it. 120 was Set. We do have it. Aino. Is it party-wide or only active character? Active character, so we don't have it. We don't have the additional multiplier from the effect. Crit value. Yup. Nope. What's the third 20% attack from? I'm an idiot. It was from adding TOM, but we weren't adding TOM. TOM was already there. FLINS and Ineffa's 14% lunar charge attack. They should, yeah. That's why I added at 28. Okay. Motion value for Ineffa stuff. At level 9. 146.9 plus 163.2 times 8 plus 1150.6. %65 times 3 times 8. Lunar charge. He's not getting major ownership on any of them. Yeah. Sucrose. DPS is going to be like 2k. I can't be bothered actually calculating Sucrose DPS. And I know. Oh boy. Doesn't Aino trigger the most lunar charge damage since she's gonna be fully Not really. Because as it turns out, her lunar charges are gonna hit for less than Ineffa and fucking what's his name, FLINS. Anyways, base attack 242. And what weapon do we give her? Is there any reason whatsoever? Wait, also let's give that. Any reason whatsoever to give her an EM focused weapon? There isn't, right? Like, there's no reason to give her anything other than Fav, right? Because her damage is completely pathetic. What base attack is Fav Greatsword again? Is it low or mid? I for war. It's low, yeah. Okay, attack percent. Gonna be pretty much nothing. Damage percent, gonna be pretty much nothing as well. Yeah, it's outright nothing. EM. So what do we have? She's on the set. So 120 EM from the set, 180 from Sucrose sharing, 96 from Ascension, 187 times 2, because you probably go EM crit. Yeah, multiplier, crit value, crit multiplier, effective attack, normal attack. But instead of lunar charge damage, here we have effective EM for the EM scaling damage. And lunar charge damage. Oh. I guess Aino's lunar charge damage is a tiny little bit higher than Inefa's here. But they're basically the same amount, so it doesn't really matter. We're not talking about the output damage that is tagged lunar charge. We're talking about her contribution to the lunar charge reaction. But it doesn't change anything. Because the bigger one of these two numbers ends up divided by 2 and the smaller one divided by 12. So if she's the same as Inefa, you get the equivalent of plus a 12th of this, like 1 point something K. If she did 1K, it would be like 100. On a lunar charge, that's already doing like 40K. It's no difference at all, basically. Anyways, motion value attack. 131.2 plus 377.6 plus. Do you know the frequency for these things? 40.2 times 10, maybe? I think it looked like you were gonna get about 10 when I saw the footage. I'll take a look again. Gotta scroll. Dodge. Alright. So, we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Okay, they reused the burst before it was over. What is wrong with this person? I'm gonna assume 9 hits. But I'm not happy. I'm not happy at all. Anyways. The EM motion value, 50% times 9. Number of lunar charge. Fuck, dude. A total of 3,000 damage from this passive over a rotation. That's crazy. DPS of a 1.7k. There's no way this is worse than Leon, dude. Anyways. This is what I want to check now, though. Replacing Effa for Bennett. We still have that. We don't have the Inefa EM. Inefa damage is basically going to be Bennett, so 2k-ish. Okay. We lose this as well. In exchange for all that, we get Four-star weapon Bennett. 86k. Yeah, that's pretty ass. Calc Sig. Sure. What does Sig give again? Oh no, chat. Good morning. Okay, we remove that. EM multiplier. You get 36, right? So this is going to be 56. And crit value. So. Yeah. Doesn't Dinefa get the boost as well? Does she? Maybe. Is it team lunar charge? No, it's not. Can you use any other unit instead of sucrose? I mean, we can take a look. Who do you want me to look at? Alright, so this is just 3 units. Who do you guys want me to add in? We can look at Kazuha. But first, copy this for later. So Kazuha, personal DPS is gonna be a little bit higher. Let's say 4K for being nice. Shred is coming back. And we get damage percent. Alright, so Kazuha is like 10% behind Sucrose. Why is it suddenly not 100k? Because we removed the Sucrose and put a bad unit instead. We can take a look at Bennett. Yeah, that's also kind of sus. Zugo's the DDS, y'all. Was everyone disappointed? Isn't 100k without Colombina good? I think a lot of people were hoping that FLINS would be actually just outright good without having to need 3 patches. This isn't C6, I know, by the way, chat. This is C0, I know. I can add I know C6 if you want. Alright, it's 35 damage. Like 35 multiplier. Is it the whole team? Yeah. There's no way 100k DPS is mid. I mean, it's not that 100k DPS is mid. It's that in order to get FLINS to 100k DPS, you need him and Inefa. You need to get 2 new units. And yeah, it's, yeah. Or like, most likely, he is balanced with Columbina in mind. And his teams are gonna be like FLINS, Inefa, Columbina, or Mawika. FLINS teams on release. Flynn teams on release if you don't have Inefa. Look at C2 Aino, please Aino to get the plus 300. It's 300. Alright, 100% of her EM plus 300. $85k outside of premium team is like solid though now. I mean, $85k will just barely be able to clear Stygian Onslaught for the content that is designed for the teams. It won't be a comfortable clear. Like, a freeze team with 85k DPS is not a comfortable clear against Cryo Automaton. Even though it's a boss that's designed for those cryo-focused teams. So if the boss isn't specifically tailored for it, it's basically unplayable. How good is FLINS plus Inefa compared to Versa plus Inefa? It's probably going to be pretty similar, honestly. How much does Versa cheat, by the way? Verisa's premium teams cheat a similar amount. But, like, to me, FLINS is kind of as if, like, Chivalrous didn't exist and Versa's only team was a Shannon one, right? Which is like, yeah. To be fair, right? Maybe the burst doesn't work like I think it will, and he's actually just insanely broken. Right? Maybe this is just fucking 220 on each hit, and his big burst is just a fucking 1,000 motion value for fun. Who knows? Do you expect beta buffs? I mean, I really hope he doesn't come out of the beta with a burst you don't want to use, because that would be boring. Did you check LAUMA yet? No, I haven't checked LAUMA yet. Let's take a look. Okay, one thing, okay. I looked at LAUMA's animation, and it has a double projectile. And when I saw that, I was like, oh my god. She has a double hit normal animation. Getting a 4-hit combo instead of a 3-hit combo is a massive deal for elemental application because of the 3-hit standard ICD. And then I looked at the numbers and it doesn't say ×2, so I think it just visually looks like 2 hits, but it's not 2 hits. And so I'm kind of unhappy about that. But anyways, it is what it is, I suppose. So, elemental res decrease is 25%. Cool. Alright. Wait, what? 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 Okay, surely direct lunar bloom damage isn't multiplied by 3. Like direct lunar charge damage is multiplied by 3, right? Surely. Because otherwise this character is broken as fuck. Like, actually, this is the best hyper carry in the game. If it's multiplied by 3. Like, look. Look, dude. Hyper carry? Yeah, like, she out DPS's Mawika if it's ×3. I think. Where does it say? I mean, this is one regular instance of AoE dendro damage and another instance of dendro damage that is considered lunar bloom damage. Which is this one, which is 468 per Verdant Dew when you get 3 of those. That's 1500 motion value. Multiplied by 3? That's 4500 motion value. That ignores the fans. You can only do that 3. Buddy, you are one-shotting a boss in Dire with this ability. Like, bro, like, again, right? Let me do the calcs properly, okay? So 300k bloom was true? No, they forgot a 0. That's 3 million bloom. Not 300k, clearly. Maybe it can't crit? Maybe it inherits the crit from her passive and you can't get a normal crit on it? I don't know, man. That sounds likely? Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's happening. But yeah, so like, I think for now, I want to look at 2 main things, right? Assuming that it doesn't inherit her crit rate. So fixed crit ×1. But I also want to look at fixed crit ×3. Okay? Her base attack is 255. And you probably give her this, right? 48 lunar bloom damage. Yeah. 454. Do you build her full attack then? Fuck, man, what are we doing here? Man, this character's actually stumping me right now. For now, let's look at triple attack, okay? Just hear me out, okay? $120 from the team. Does she get any self-EM buffs? What are all these fucking words, man? Bro, how many passives does this stupid-ass character have? Wait, nascent rise, nascent gleam, ascendant gleam? Oh no. So there are 3 phases. Ah, this shit sucks. This shit sucks. Fucking hell, man. Jesus Christ. Fuck. Okay, so you end up with 3 of these. Alright, that's 22.5. And 3 of these. So it's 37.5 with 30%. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, what other EM buffs do we have on the team? If we do Aino, LAUMA, I mean, we don't give a fuck about Nilo, man. Do we? Like, fuck this stupid ass Nilo character. We'd rather have like Nahida for another fucking 250 EM. Dendro Resonance for another 100. And Sucrose for another 230. Is that Bennett? Bennett for 1,000 attack? Maybe? Like, fuck, dude. Isn't Nilo 400% kind of better than 250 EM? It will not be 400%. I'll tell you right now. It won't be the same number. If Nilo actually does end up buffing Lunar Bloom damage, it will not buff Lunar Bloom damage by the same amount. Because every Lunar Bloom damage buff is smaller than direct Bloom damage buff. All of them are. They changed it. Take a look. Lunar Prayer. No, that's not what I want. Okay. Doesn't say anything about Lunar Bloom damage, chat. It says that your Lunar Bloom cores will be bountiful cores, but it doesn't say anything about increasing Lunar Bloom damage. Right? It increases bountiful core damage, but I don't know how that's gonna fucking work. It might just not work. I'm not convinced. I'm gonna need some actual fucking footage to back it up if that's true. Anyways, EM multiplier probably would be the same. But we also have fucking plus 14%, right? And then like 48 from the fucking thing. So 1.14 times this 1.48. Please check this. Yeah, that's worse than the other one, no? That's worse than the craftable, is it not? Anyways, right, so we won't be able to actually get all the stacks we need, right? We'll only get 3-1, right? So 22.5 crit rate. No. 27.5 crit rate. And 110 crit damage. You don't get crit rate? You do. Alright, we get 3 stacks of Dusktide and 1 stack of Moonlight. Dusktide is 7.5 crit rate, which stacks. So 3 of them is 22.5. And Moonlight is 5 crit rate. That's 27.5. The stacks is not all Lunar Blooms, it's base blooms. What? What is bro yapping about? Bloom, Hyper Bloom, and Burgeon damage. Oh! No, because I'm pretty sure Lunar Bloom is also considered Bloom. Wait, maybe not. I don't know, actually. Wait, so is this fixed crit rate? But this actually scales with your crit? Like your crit stats? Oh! Okay. I see. I've been bamboozled. So. It's unlucky that we can't get all the stacks for it, though. Because we're missing out on 40 CV just because we don't have a third character we can put. Unlucky. Oh, it is what it is. Well, we don't go triple attack anymore. We go attack, attack, crit. Are we... Are we giving her the fucking Dog Cry crit set? We are, yeah? Yeah. So this is times 1, times 3. We have 55 shred. So that's 1.225. Yeah, so that's 400k on the hold skill. If it's not times 3. And if it is times 3, it's 1.2 mil on the hold skill. Like, this is what I mean, okay? Like, something's clearly going wrong here. There's a digit problem, okay? Like, there's a comma that's not where it's supposed to be. Like, clearly. There's clearly a comma that's not where it's supposed to be. Alright? Because I refuse to believe this is actually real. like, nah. Is that rotation damage? No, that's just the damage you get when you hold your skill. That's just the damage the hold skill does. Like, that's the number that shows up on your screen. Actually, that's not true. That's the average number that shows up on your screen. So when it doesn't crit, it's lower than that, but when it does crit, it's higher than that. Like, this is what I mean. There's no shot this is real, okay? It cannot be real. It cannot. Something's clearly not real here. Like, something's going wrong, okay? Maybe it looks at... It doesn't ignore defense, unlike Lunar Charge. Maybe this is not attack scaling, it's EM scaling, and it doesn't say it anywhere. Maybe... it can't crit. Maybe... Like, I don't know. But something's clearly wrong. Like, because this can't be real, okay? It cannot. I think the 3 times the die multiplier is only an Inefa thing. No, that's a default Lunar Charge thing. It's not an Inefa thing. But maybe it's just Lunar Charge, not Lunar Bloom. That I could very well believe. But even then, like, 400k is not bad on a hold skill you can use every 12 seconds. Considering that's just a small portion of her kit. Because, like, if this is real, okay, that's 105k DPS just from the hold skill Lunar Bloom. Okay? Like, it's not real. It can't be real. Something's wrong. Doesn't she scale off of EM? She scales off of attack and EM. It definitely doesn't ignore defense. I actually think it probably does ignore defense. I think that the most likely thing is that it's just not multiplied by 3, right? That the times 3 thing is a lunar charge thing, right? That like in the actual back end, all lunar charge damage has a times 3 multiplier, like melt has a times 2, and that the base damage of the lunar charge reaction is not 2604, it's 868. Like, that's probably what's happening here. But still, man. But yeah, if it's not times 3, you probably don't build her attack, right? You probably build her EM. I think in Cien it says 442 EM scaling. Does it? Wait. Is this Cien text? It is, right? Yeah. Oh shit, I think you're right. You're right. That is EM. You're right. Ah, fuck. It is EM scaling. You're right. We got baited. We got baited by English translation again! Dude, this is Kokomi beta all over again. You guys remember when the leak said that Kokomi's scaling was HP scaling with the same numbers, not attack scaling? It's this shit all over again, dude. I wonder if HP scaling skill Kokomi would even be good in the current meta. It'd probably be fine, I guess. Yeah. So I guess we gotta fucking rework everything now. So we don't care about attack, because the only attack scaling we have is this, and it's like kind of dog shit. So we don't really need to calc attack stuff. So EM, gonna be right, we have 115.2. We have 221 from Catalyst. We have 187 times 2. We have EM from 2 piece of the set. We have 4 piece of the support set EM. We have, let's say, about 100 in substats. Is that it? EM crit? Yeah. What happened to Nuke? It's EM scaling. The Chinese text says that it's EM scaling, not attack scaling. In that case, isn't the event weapon better? No. Craftable is just too good. Thousand EM on EM crit, yeah. You gotta remember, she has EM Ascension. The new craftable is high EM, and the new set is giving you 2-piece EM and 120 EM from the new support set. Isn't it 180? I don't believe the 180. I think the 180 is fake as fuck. You got just updated moon sign stuff? Alright. I need to refresh? No, it's not here yet. I got baited. What the hell? There are 2-3 all moon sign characters gain Nascent Gleam, Ascendant Gleam. Unless stated otherwise, when the party reaches Ascendant Gleam, the effects of Nascent Gleam will also apply. Here's the thing, though. I don't know if that means what you guys think it means. Because there's a lot of characters that say they do something at Nascent, and they also say they do something at Ascendant, right? And like something like this, right? Her elemental burst is enhanced, blah, 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 right? You get this at Nascent Rise, and you get this at Ascendant Gleam. Right? What this is saying is that you don't lose this effect if you reach Ascendant Gleam. But if it's the same effect but a bigger number, I don't think it stacks. Because, like, to me, the way this is worded, right? The way this is worded, 15 or 30, right? That slash is not end. Slash is not used to signify end. It's used to signify or, and that pretty clearly does indeed state otherwise. Or it signifies exclusion. Wording doesn't matter here. Wording does matter. Right? Because they say unless they otherwise stated. And what I'm saying is that this wording is stating otherwise. So that would clearly matter here, you know? You need 3 characters for artifact set? Yes, you do. I guess that does mean that we're fucking cooked on LAUMA release for Bloom teams. Oh, man. I will say, though, right now, after having seen some of the numbers, even before finishing my calcs on LAUMA, any potential hype I could have had for FLINS is completely gone. But LAUMA actually looks pretty fucking hype. I'm excited for her. Also, bro, that skill animation is so fucking pretty. Do you guys see that fucking deer running around? Like, dude. Holy shit. Blizz animations are insane as well. I don't know. I don't like the, like, animation VFX. But I think the burst animation looks cool. But, like, the VFX for his attacks, I don't like at all. But the burst animation does look cool. Yeah, but you don't use burst, so who the fuck cares, man? Yeah, I know it's 3 characters, not 2. We are literally discussing that. We literally just said that LAUMA's fucking cooked on release because she can't get 3 in Nilo teams. Where can we see the animations on the Genshin Impact Leaks subreddit? Yeah, like I'm adding 120 EM here. The thing is, I feel like I should assume this. Like, is there any potential for an FLOMA Quick Bloom? I haven't looked at that in too much detail yet, but my, like, initial gut reaction is LAUMA seems to be too powerful for you to want to split your focus between Inefa talent damage from the Lunar Charge talent and Bloom damage. I think you want to go all in on the Bloom damage and just play Raiden. But I have to actually do the calcs for it, so take it with a grain of salt for now. Well, LAUMA teams are assuming. Now, we're not there yet, okay? This is what our sheet looks like for LAUMA right now. Okay? We're not even close to getting to thinking about teams. Okay. Okay, first thing I want to do, I want to take a look at a hypothetical for... Okay, all of this is going to be hypotheticals, assuming that we get the full moon phase stuff. Okay? Because on release, LAUMA doesn't have enough units to fill out the moon phase. But we know for a fact that they'll release units later that will fill them out. And we know for a fact that Columbina's gonna be good. Right? So, like... we'll do calcs for, like, release power LAUMA after. But for now, I want to look at LAUMA in her, like, actual optimal scenarios. They said Dando Traveler will have lunar stuff. That's sick. The only problem is that you don't have a healer for that, right? I guess that's how they sell the C1, right? Oh, man. Yeah. Outright force you to put all Nodcry characters and then don't release Nodcry healers. Sick, dude. Amazing. I fucking hate Nodcry, dude. Ha! Chat, they went from meta racism, aka meta contextual racism, to meta racism, aka the meta has racism in it. They changed their type of meta racism. Fuck! I don't know which one I dislike the most. Fuck! Neo blooms that come from Lunar Bloom don't deal self-damage. Only the blooms from regular dendro cores. What's your source for that? Because if that's true, that's sick. But it sounds like I made it the fuck up type thing. Chat, is this how they're gonna make Burgeon good? By the way? Are they gonna give up on trying to do some cool, like, vape synergy stuff? And just say, okay, well, we're releasing Durin for your LAUMA teams. If you want to play LAUMA in a non... But is Durin gonna have a Nodcry moon phase thing? Maybe he won't. I don't know. Probably not, right? Whatever. Like, but do you guys think there's a chance that, like, the way they make Burgeon competitive with Hyperloom is by having Pyro characters from Nodcry that do off-field app, but not Electro characters? When LAUMA holds E's, it's counted as Lunar Bloom, but isn't counted as a Dendro Core? Oh, you mean the holdy. Okay. I see. Okay, yeah, but that's not the same thing, right? Like, the hold E... The person earlier sent a message that seemed to imply that they thought you wouldn't need self-healing to offset self-bloom damage with Lunar Bloom, right? But that's not the case. Even if LAUMA's hold E doesn't self-damage, because it's not a core, it does Lunar Bloom type damage, but it's not a bloom itself. You see this? Quest reward weapon? No. That's R1. It's a quest reward, so you can actually get it to R5. Increase burst damage by 40%. When the max energy capacity is above 40, but not above 60. So 50 or 60 cost burst. Burst damage further increased by 32. When character's max energy is not above 40, burst damage can be increased by a further 28. That's 56. Dude. That's 106 burst damage for Skirk. Holy shit. You like a business slot? No, this is awful for Ayaka. This is awful for Singto. This is only for characters that have a low burst cost or no burst cost. Alright, it's 96 burst damage if you have 40 or less burst cost. It's 72 if you have between 40 and 60, and it's 40 if you have more than that. It says above 40. Not exactly 40 and above. I know. Right? Above 40, but not above. That's greater than 40 and lesser than or equal to 60. Right? So it's 41 to 60. You get the first one. And then 40 or lower, you get the second one. So a 40 cost burst gets the second one. Right? Because 40 is not above 40, so it fulfills that condition. But 40 does not fulfill the first condition of being above 40, but not above 60. Yeah, this is probably designed for Durin. If Durin is a sword user. So 96 for Skirk? Yeah, 96 for Skirk. Isn't it better than Skirk Sig? No. Skirk Sig is very good. But it's probably not that far behind. It's an insane stat stake. Fuck this, Durin needs 5, true. I mean, this is clearly designed for characters with low burst cost. Characters with low burst costs are less likely to need 5. But the rest of the team still might need it. Yeah, sure. Maybe. We will see. Nice LAUMA calc. Shut up! Okay, let's actually fucking do it. So EM multiplier, Lunar Bloom. For now, we're gonna assume that it's the same multiplier as Lunar Charge. Right, since normal Bloom and Electro Charge have the same multiplier, it would make sense for Lunar Bloom and Lunar Charge to have the same one as well. Alright, but we have a bunch of fucking additional bullshit here. So, we have 48 from the craftable weapon. We have 1.14 total multiplier. We have... I think that's it. Do you guys think this applies pre or post EM multiplier? If it applies pre EM multiplier, this character is fucking broken, by the way, so it's probably post. It has to be post. There's no way it's pre, right? Dude, if it's pre, Hyperloom teams are power creeping Mawika. So it's probably post. It's gotta be post. The cycle begins again. True. Okay, so... like I said, right? For now, we're gonna assume a fucking hypothetical last law that actually, like, fucking enables things to work properly. I guess we can just assume Dendro MC for now and pretend like we don't need healing. They're pretty similar. So I don't think it matters that much. I guess it depends on what weapons you have, and you know. Okay, so crit value, crit multiplier. Crit value is gonna be 60, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. We get 60 CV from the 3 stacks of Moonlight Prayer. We get 60 CV from the new set. Are you guys saying so? Oh, is that a new emote request? It's supposed to be like sit in onslaught? SO. Fuck, dude, that actually got me. I wasn't expecting it. I can't add it. I will add it if you guys, if editors free up a slot. You got me. I'm glad I wasn't drinking coffee because I would have made a mess, dude. I would have made a mess, dude. Elevation special damage boost effect. What the fuck is elevation? Oh. That just... I see. They're just clarifying that the C6 is multiplicative. Cool, I guess. Add so? Did we get a... no, we still don't have a slot. Okay. Oh shit, it's here. So, so, oh, I have ruined my chat, haven't I? We're so cooked. Okay, so let's take a look at this, right? She gets 18 stacks by default. If uses her burst while she has Moonsong, or if she gains Moonsong after using burst. What is Moonsong? Again, it's what you get from skill. So if you hold skill and then burst, and then you'll hold skill one more time later on a 24-second rotation. That makes sense, yeah. She will consumes the stacks to gain 6 additional stacks of Pale Hymn for each stack consumed. What the fuck? So that's 18 for a fully stacked one. And then Pale Hymn, when party members deal Bloom, Hyper Bloom, Virgin, or Lunar Bloom damage, 1 stack will be consumed to increase the damage. Okay. When using burst, so does it not count as Lunar Bloom damage if you don't have Verdant Dew, or does it still count as Lunar Bloom damage? Because, like, my understanding is that when you trigger... No, don't add it to block terms. Like, Automod just starts fucking cluttering the chat and I can't read anything anymore if you do that. But yeah, so the way I understand it, when you trigger Bloom with a Nullify character on the team, it generates a normal Bloom. Thank you for the raid, Shashwak. It generates a normal Bloom and it gives you a stack of Verdant Dew. And when Bloom deals damage, it consumes a stack of Verdant Dew to transform that Bloom damage to Lunar Bloom damage. Right? That's the default understanding I had of Lunar Bloom. But if that's how it works, does that mean that consuming the stacks through LAUMA's Hold E removes the Lunar tag from your next 3 Blooms? It would, right? How do you get Verdant Dew? You get 1 Verdant Dew every time you trigger a Lunar Bloom. Like, every time you generate a Bloom core, from what I understand. Columbina counts as 2. Of course she does. 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 This is kind of pissing me off, though, I'm gonna be so honest with you. Because, like, unironically, that's how they're gonna make Columbina, like, quote-unquote necessary for the Nogcry meta. They don't even have to make her numbers that good. They just make it so that you actively need her to enable most of the fucking effects that the Nogcry characters have. Right? Like, in a LAUMA team, No Columbina means you can't get to 3 stacks without sacrificing a healer. Oh, that's boring as fuck. I hate it. How bad is not having 3 stacks? Okay. Very quickly, right? We're not done with all the stuff we need to do here. But the proportion will be the same. So, bloom base damage is what? Something like this, right? Right, this is what you would get with 3 stacks? With 2 stacks? This. So the 3rd stack gives you 30% DPS to your blooms. Right? Because that 3rd stack enables the good effect of the new set for your trigger. It enables the good effect of the new set for like the EM buffing part. And it enables the 2 additional stacks of Moonlight Prayer you have on LAUMA. The set gives 90 CV, not 60. I don't believe you! Until I see it in game, I don't believe you. Until I see a leak that shows the stat screen going up by 90%, I don't believe you. Also, I forgot the 20% reaction damage from the set. Oopsie. Anyways. We gotta make a lot of assumptions here, right? Most important assumption being lunar bloom base damage. I'm just gonna assume it's the same as bloom base damage, because lunar charge base damage is similar to electro charge base damage. But I don't know if that's fucking true or not. Okay, you guys keep repeating the same things that I've already fucking addressed, okay? Leakers did not say when Ascending Gleam is active, any previous effect is also active. They said, unless stated otherwise, when the party reaches Ascending Gleam, the effects of Nascent Gleam will also apply. But stated otherwise is not as clear-cut as you would think it is. Like, my interpretation of a slash in a description is or. That is what the slash means. It's a shortened form of the word or. And or, by definition, means it can't be both. Which would mean that it does indeed state otherwise. It implies mutual exclusivity. It is not stated. It is stated. It's not explicitly stated, but just because something is not explicitly stated doesn't mean it's not stated. I feel like if it's stacked, it wouldn't be worded the way it's worded. It would be worded, increases crit rate by 15% when the party's moon sign is Nascent Gleam. Increases crit rate by 30% when the party's moon sign is Ascendant Gleam. Alright, I'm pretty sure this is describing effects that are written like this one, right? Where it says it has a specific effect at Nascent Rise, and then it describes a different effect at Ascendant Gleam. And it's implying that you don't lose the first effect when you unlock the second one. But like, I feel like you guys need to understand, okay? At 30% crit rate, this set is better than Codex for the characters that use it. At 45, it's not just better, it's better to the point of being fucking hilarious. I'm convinced that you guys are just wrong and that it's not. It doesn't stack. What FLINS can be compared to which island characters for personal damage? I don't think there's any character you can really compare him to, because his team DPS in his premium teams is similar to Varisa's team DPS in her premium teams, but he's responsible for a lower portion of it. Right? But when you look at other Natlan carries, I'd say they just have less DPS than FLINS does because they have a lot of damage coming from supports, right? Maybe Molani. Pretty similar to Molani in terms of personal DPS contribution. Little bit less, maybe. How likely do we think FLINS is standard? FLINS isn't standard. The FLINS standard thing was a joke. It was a joke based on the vague, shitty translation of his C6 that we got initially. That made it seem like the C6 was awful. Anyways, let's keep looking at this. We have damage percent. We have EM, effective EM, E, effective EM, holy, no, effective EM, Lunar Bloom, damage. And then we also have this shit. That just goes in here, right? But then that means we also need normal bloom damage, right? Because when we hold E with this, we lose 3 Verdant Dews, which means 3 blooms are gonna be non-lunar, right? If I'm understanding it correctly. This would be 0.8. No. 96? How much was it? Forge Catalyst. 96, yeah. 1.96. We don't have this. This is 16. Yep. I mean, I guess. Is this a kid or a Wikipedia page? I mean, listen, you want to go back to the LAUMA Wikipedia page? We can, okay? You want to talk about stone nipples and twisting and teasing men to death? Sure. Sure. Why not? Llamas are a mythological Lithuanian folklore creature, god, thing that has stone nipples and twists and teases men to death. Also, anyone want to explain to me? Oh wait, never mind. I'm an idiot. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, anyone want to explain to me? I thought this was a support set, and I was like, this should be the carry set. It looks, it is the carry set. I'm just fucking stupid. Okay, damage percent. She gets damage percent on her skill for no fucking reason. By the way, like why does she get 32 damage percent on her skill? What the fuck is the point of that? Like why? But sure, I guess. Effective EM is gonna be EM times crit multiplier times 1 plus damage percent. Effective, of course. Effective EM Lunar Bloom is gonna be EM times EM multiplier Lunar Bloom times crit multiplier. Why is it in percentage? Lunar Bloom damage is gonna be no. Any reason you're not using the Lunar Electrocharge formula as a base instead of the regular transformative scaling? Should be 5 times EM and 2100 plus EM. I am using the Lunar Electrocharge formula, and that is not the Lunar Electrocharge formula. Or what? It is 6 times EM divided by EM plus 2000. It got buffed in V2 of Infa Beta. I have included the 14 damage, yeah. Okay, Lunar Bloom damage is going to be Bloom base times EM multiplier Lunar Bloom plus 217.6 of EM times crit multiplier. Most likely. Probably. Lunar Bloom. No him damage. We just lose this. So the him doesn't actually make that much of a difference, huh? Yeah, that makes sense. The him is kind of ass. Cooked. Is there res multiplier there? Not yet. Wait, but we don't get any lunar blooms without him. I'm an idiot. We have him for everything. Like, fuck, we're getting at least 36 stacks. We're not doing more than 36 unless we're in, like, 7 target scenarios. Blood, I don't think they were trying to shout themselves out. I think that's just Nightbot being an idiot. I think they were thinking about a potential Sidon Onslaught command. What is it? 435.2 times EM. God, that is fucking nothing. Jesus Christ. Okay. How do I feel about this? Motion value E. It hits every 2 seconds, right? How long of a rotation do we do? Let's just do 20-second rotations. So 10 times 326.4. Bloom also crits. You are right, it does. Bloom does crit with fixed crit rate. 22.5. Motion value, Luna Bloom E. We still don't know if it's times 1 or times 3. But you get 3 stacks of it. For now, let's look at times 1. Number of lunar blooms. Oh boy, that one's I don't know. I really don't know. Is it with Neil's passive active? No, it's not. For now, no. Because I don't know if it actually properly buffs lunar blooms. I feel like it probably won't. If it does, it's not going to be by the amount it says on Nilo's passive. Right? If it does buff it by the amount on Nilo's passive, it might actually be really good, but I don't know. I'm not convinced. Anyways, number of lunar blooms. Right, like your upper limit is 36, but you're not getting 36, right? She has 10 apps. If you don't on-field her. Which is kind of pathetic. Actually, no, it's not even 10 apps. I'm an idiot. It's 8 apps. Nine apps, sorry. Like, it's hard not to do full team DPS for this sort of stuff, so... Ugh. I mean, for now, we just assume that from her own application, you can get 18 blooms. You did 7. Yeah, 7 hits of the skills. Then, I guess it wouldn't be 8 out to, or 9 out, it would be 8. Because the Lunar Bloom doesn't apply. Anyways. I guess that this would be 13-3. Damage. E. Damage. Holy. Damage. Lunar Bloom. Damage. Bloom. Damage. DPS. Damage Holy would be... I'm sorry, damage E. The effective EM times motion value times 190 divided by 390 times 1.225. That's pathetic. Damage Holy is effective EM Lunar Bloom multiplied by motion value Lunar Bloom E multiplied by 1.225 on 200k. I think that makes sense. Damage Lunar Bloom is Lunar Bloom damage times number of Lunar Blooms times 1.225. Damage Bloom, number of blooms times, or damage of blooms times number of blooms times 1.225. I have to think about this a little bit more. Give me a second, John. Alright, chat, I'm be right back. I'll explain to you guys why I don't really want to do Nilo counts, okay? Cards. Do I not have a Nilo open? I thought I did. I guess I closed it. So here's the thing, okay? Nilo's effect, right? Every 1,000 point of Nilo's HP above 30k will cause damage dealt by bountiful cores created by characters to increase by 9%, up to 400%. On free-to-play weapons, since we're getting a good sword for her, right? Is it? It's not this one. No, it's not this one. It's the other one. And this one, which is 64 HP, right? Nilo base HP. Is 15,185. HP percent, 46.6 times 3, right? 64 from the sword, 30 from subs, 25 from resonance, 40 from Tupi's Tupies. I think that's it. Ascension, 28.8. Then about 6k flat HP. Right, you actually might be able to reach the 70k on a really good Nilo build. Which is almost capped out, right? $370, right? Usually, 370 it adds to this, right? And it makes for a 50% damage increase to your bloom damage, right? But if it's the same number for Lunar Bloom, instead of 50% damage, you gain 100% damage. But Lunar Bloom is already better than normal Bloom, right? So if on top of that, you're also doubling the gain from Nilo's passive, I feel like it just does too much. And it's probably not real. And you also have to realize, every other effect in the game that increases lunar reaction damage has a separate multiplier for other types of reactions. All the new forge weapons, right? All the new craftable weapons, they have a number for the transformative reaction, and then a much smaller number for the lunar reaction. Flop is getting its effect changed, and Lunar Bloom, instead of 40, gets 10. Right? I feel like it's incredibly unlikely that they do that for every single reaction buff effect in the game, except Nilo for some reason. It's technically possible, right? But I feel like it wouldn't make sense. Right, like the EM formula for Lunar Bloom is different from the EM formula for Bloom. So, reaction damage bonus, which is something that always goes into the EM formula, should be balanced accordingly. And it is balanced accordingly on every other source of it in the game. I don't think they'll make an exception for Nilo. Try 1/4 and see if it sounds reasonable. It's probably not going to be 1/4, because that's probably too small. I would expect 4% instead of 9, balance-wise. Every other buff is 1/4? No, not every buff. It's generally balanced at 1/4, but effects like this one, right, are balanced at half instead, because they're trying to incentivize those lunar reactions over the normal ones. I feel like if they want to incentivize lunar reactions for Nilo, they'll also make it half instead of a quarter. But anyways. It's really hard to calc Bloom teams with LAUMA for now, because we just don't have enough information on how it works specifically. But we should be able to do Hyperloom calcs pretty easily. So I guess we can do that now. Time for Hyperbloom. So So we have EM, LAUMA. No. Okay. I guess for now, we take a look at this. But we're gonna have to change a bunch of things. But we're gonna have LAUMA and Raiden. For now, we'll take a look at LAUMA double hydro. And we're gonna assume that Columbina is a hydro that has similar app and off-field damage to Yelan. Can you name your sheets? No. You can't. I'm allergic to names. Wanna knock out with Aino? Because Aino doesn't give you 2 stacks like Columbina will. So you're still not at three stacks of moon phase. And you need 3 for so many fucking effects. Although it's not as bad for Hyper Bloom, because you don't care about the last stack for LAUMA passive, but you still want it for the effects. Oh well, it is what it is. I mean, at that point, you can just say fuck it and just not run a fucking... Like, what's the point of running Aino here? Like, actually, what the fuck is the point of running Aino here? Sure, you enable the sets, but are the sets even good at 1 stack? Are the sets even better than just fucking flop? Like, it's so fucking pathetic. Like, they're so fucking pathetic. So we'll do no new set and with new sets Columbina. Okay, so here LAUMA probably doesn't go crit in a team like this. Probably just goes full EM. How do we even know what the Columbina will do? We have no reliable information for Columbina except one thing. I think I closed the tab. Wait. Because there's been some data mines on the code for the moon phases. And in the code for the moon phases, they have a tag to add 10,000 to the moon phase, right? Their moon phases are at 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 instead of 1, 2, 3. And Columbina has a unique tag that's giving you 20,000 instead of 10,000, right? So this is pretty heavily implying that Columbina will count as 2 stacks for moon phase. Is that just ID? I mean, it's moon phase const moon phase constant value for moon phase team ID, and moon phase constant value for moon phase Danzalet ID. What the fuck is a moon phase? It counts moon phase increases based on the number of Nalcry characters you have, and a lot of the Nalcry characters and artifact sets give you better effects at higher moon phases. Right? So if you have 2 stacks of Nalcry characters, right? If you have two Nalcry characters, you get 15 crit rate from this set. If you have 3, you get 30 or maybe 45, but I'm sure that's not 45. I'm sure it's just 30, but whatever. But Columbina will count for 2, probably. What does Aino increased lunarity level mean? It means the same thing. All right, we're still we're still not even fully in like within the beta cycle, so they're using a lot of different names to refer to the same thing. Because it's a mix of like insider info name and name in the code and name in the code at a different place and in-game name, right? Or like in the codes, it's moon phase. In the kid description, right now, I think it's lunarity. No, moon sign. But anyways. Are we sure it's 2-3? Or it definitely seems to be 2-3, yeah. Right. Like they could be lying, but if they're not lying, yeah. Yeah. Anyways, we probably just go triple EM here, right? Okay. No new set. So we don't have the new set EM. We don't have the team EM from the other new set either. But instead we have... What the fuck would LAUMA be on in this team? Deepwood, I guess? Ew. I think LAUMA Deepwood Singto damage set is better than Singto Deepwood LAUMA Gilded. I'm not even sure. I mean, for now, we'll just assume Gilded. Like, whatever. It just feels kind of stupid to give 230 EM to a character that already has so much. But whatever. We don't have the 2 effects here anymore. Oh! Since we're not actually triggering much Lunar Bloom, we probably go for the event catalyst here. Alright, so it's 405.4 EM instead of Lunar Bloom damage multiplier. Actually, no, it's just plus 240. And then 165.4. Alright. We don't have crit main stat circlet anymore. We don't have the new set crit anymore. We don't have as much crit value. Actually, we don't have any crit value. Fucking cooked as hell from the Dusk stacks. That's kind of pathetic. Jesus Christ. Yeah. 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 I don't think we get any lunar blooms, do we? Pretty sure we don't. And then we also don't get any blooms. But we need to change the formula anyways. We only get 2 stacks of Dusktide. That's 15%. Motion value E. I guess I need to add the fucking attack scaling normal attacks if I really want to be thorough. But it doesn't do any damage, so I'm not gonna bother. Number of lunar blooms, 0. Number of blooms, 0. LAUMA personal damage, pathetically low, but that's fine. But no, that's not actually true, because we will hold the off cooldown. 100%, yeah. Yeah, we 100% hold the off cooldown. So every 12 seconds. So in a 20... This would be a 22-second rotation. You get 11 hits of these. And you get 22 divided by 12. A little bit more than 2 holdies per rotation on average. But they're flexible rotations. Right, you just holdy when the cooldown is over. Yeah, so her personal DPS is gonna be a bit higher than that because I didn't include the attack scaling stuff, but she has no attack, so it doesn't really matter. Alright, now let's take a look at this. So, oh, I gotta add fucking lunar charge damage, don't I? Oh. No, because Raiden ain't doing fucking lunar charge damage. The lunar charge damage is gonna get carried by the characters you build with crit. What's a new polearm again? Dog shit for this. Alright, but. Okay, so how much EM do we get? We don't have EM Ascension. We have 221 EM from weapon. Triple EM main stat. 100 EM substats. 80 from the set. Yeah. Is that it? Man, that's pathetic, isn't it? I guess you get a bit more than 100 EM here. Yeah, about 1,000 total. New FLINS leakers. Look. Was that with numbers? Wait, that's huge. No, the numbers are hidden. Okay, well, that's not useful then. I need to see how the numbers compare to one another when he uses the normal burst. So yeah, so is what it is. Let's keep going with this. This doesn't really matter. EMM bloom 1.8. Crit value doesn't really fucking matter. Crit multiplier doesn't really fucking matter. This is hyper bloom, not bloom, so it's 4341. Effective EM. None of this shit fucking matters. Bloom damage. We get the crit. We get this increase. Yep. We don't really get any fucking damage on any of this. But we get quite a bit of bloom damage. Which is actually just hyper bloom damage. How many hyper blooms should we assume? 26, 30, 30. Seven. It's definitely not gonna be 7. I'll tell you that much for free. Alright. Technically the upper limit is at around 40, but you're not actually getting 40 in practice. I think 30 is pretty reasonable. I'm kind of curious how many the Sims get, because the Sims are pretty optimized. This is the hyper optimized one, right? I think. Hyper bloom. So, first one happens at 5 seconds. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. 37. There's only one here. So in a 20-second window, they get 37 in the sim. Obviously, you're not actually fucking getting that in practice. So... But I think 30 is a pretty reasonable assumption with, like, decent gameplay. You're not just staring at the enemy like an idiot. Because Nahida application is not the... is not what's gatekeeping your Hyperloom damage. It tends to be Hyperloom damage ICD, right? Alright, here you have 3 seeds. 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. And the first one we get 1. That's because shit's expired. And we start over. Yeah. Yeah. I think about 30 per 20-second rotations is reasonable. You can't really do a 20-second rotation here, but I can't be fucking bothered, man. It's good enough. Anyways, number of blooms 30. Huh. Yeah, that's pretty good. Did not the base bloom damage increase by 14%? I'm not supposed to. I don't think. Alright, it increases lunar bloom damage. It does not increase hyper bloom damage. How many electro charges are we getting here? Electro charged. Oh. One, 2, 3, 4. Not a lot. But realistically, LAUMA app is gonna be a little bit worse than Nahida app. So maybe instead of 30 hyper blooms and like 4, 5 electro charges, we get like 25 hyper blooms and like 5, 6 lunar blooms. Lunar charges. That means I gotta fucking calc this shit too. I hate it. You can use both Nahida and LAUMA though, right? I don't think you want to. I think you'd rather go double hydro for more hydro up. What about Inefa? The problem with Inefa is you just don't trigger Hyperbloom often enough. Anyways, so this is gonna be EM Multiplier, Lunar Bloom, and Electro Charge. And Lunar Charge, sorry. But LAUMA doesn't enable Lunar Charge, does she? Yeah, she doesn't. Fuck. So that means we take this off, and then Electro Charge damage. I'm pretty sure it will consistently be right on trigger here, at least. Yeah. But you're probably getting like 28 maybe, and then like 5 procs of Electro Charge. And then Electro Charges. 2894. Times, yeah, multiplier bloom minus 0.8. Yeah. So this is gonna be your electrocharge procs, and you get like 4 of them, maybe 5. But res multiplier 0.9. Okay. Comparatively, with the new sets in Columbina, let's take a look. So with the new sets, LAUMA, instead of going gilded, goes probably the new support set, right? We'll look at the LAUMA showcase in a second, chat. So yeah, instead of gilded, which is 230 EM and that's it, we get 120 to the whole team. Instead of 1.15% on the lunar charge damage, or 1.15, it's 1.225. 122.5. What are the other changes? We don't have anyone on the carry set in these teams. Who goes Deepwood? Singto is the assumptions right now. But maybe LAUMA Deepwood, Emblem Singto is better. I'm too lazy to calculate that thoroughly. But yeah, here, instead of this, it's actually Lunar Bloom, or it's actually Lunar Charge, right? We get 2604 base damage times multiplier Lunar Bloom. Most likely Columbina is also gonna have this 14% buff to everything, right? To both of them. I think it's pretty reasonable to assume that. Not that it matters for here, actually, but still. This will be Lunar Charge damage. That's actually fine, right? Yeah, it is. We have the EM multiplier, and we also have the crit multiplier. But we also get the other characters contributing, right? And what stats do they end up with? What was this 240 from? Any rememberers in the chat? That was the new catalyst, right? 120 is from the team buff, so Yelan ends up with 120 plus about 80 in subs. Sure. So about 200 EM. Crit value on Yelan is going to be 98.4, 62.2. Times 6.6. I mean, realistically, Columbina's probably going to be a fucking EM scaler. Right? So if you use Columbina in this team, for now, let's look at fucking, like, Aino level numbers on a character that has the passives you'd expect on Columbina. So you probably build them full EM, right? 187 times 3. Do we know what weapon type she's gonna be? Who cares? 221. 120. 115.2. Catalyst confirmed. Alright, but I don't know, dude. She's gonna be at a little bit over 1,000, probably. Kinda. Probably. She's probably gonna be Crit Ascension, not EM. Dude, we are like in Omega fucking Dream TC right now. This is nightmare TC at this point. Anyways, yeah, assuming she doesn't get any additional, like, this is a pretty conservative assumption for what you'll get from her personal Lunar Bloom contribution, right? So your team Lunar Bloom in this team is probably hitting for like at least 25k. Probably a decent amount more. But 25k, I think, is a reasonable assumption. You got 5 of them. Yeah. So just from having a last slot that enables the moon phase and transforms electrocharge to lunar charge, before looking at differences in the kit, it's over 10k DPS gained. And, like, obviously Columbina's gonna do more than that, right? Like, at this point, we're at 100k DPS before looking at the damage from Columbina's kit or from Singto, or any other Hydro you end up using in the slot. Like, this team will probably cheat at 130k, 140k. Loma isn't doing anything? She is, though. Alright, like, she's increasing your Hyperloom damage by a multiplicative 22.5 by letting them crit. And she's giving you +1 moon phase, which is actually relevant, right? And she also has more personal DPS than Nahida does. So Hyperloom is passing the Neuvillette check. I mean, I think LAUMA Hyperbloom on release 6.0, unless I'm completely off the mark on one of my assumptions, is going to it's beating Neuvillette. Although, here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing, okay? Guess what double Hydro combination can also work instead of Singto Yelan with LAUMA Raiden Core? Yeah, that's probably gonna be Nevillette's best team. Right? We gotta understand here, though, You have a lot less hyperbloom damage in this team because you don't have nearly as much app. So that means a lot less. A lot less hyperblooms generated, right? Anyways. This is actually fine, right? Her damage is... I'll say that's not true. For this, we probably do 25-second rotations. With 2 whole Ds. We still... I think this is Deepwood LAUMA, too. So we don't have Gilded anymore. But the rest, I think, is fine here. Then... these things are going to be a little different. This stays similar. This... Okay, the thing about this is, like... if your Dendro hits an enemy that is currently electrocharged, it triggers Bloom, but it also quickens, which gives you a Quicken Aura, which you can use to trigger another Bloom. So you can get 2 Bloom cores from 1 Dendro app. But if the enemy is not currently electrocharged, it just triggers Bloom and doesn't apply any sort of aura. So you only get 1 core. And I don't know exactly how the timings are going to line up for the Dendro applications. I think it's reasonable to assume that about half of them will generate 2 cores and half of them will generate 1. We have a total of 12 off-field apps. That would be a total of 18 hyperblooms from that. But we also have a little bit of on-field app whenever we swap to her. We do 2 whole Ds. Each whole D is +1, so that's 20, 21. And then the burst doesn't deal damage, so it doesn't apply Dendro. Okay. So we'll assume 20 instead of 28 over a 25-second. Yeah. But that's still over 50k DPS. This is very optimistic. I think this is very realistic, not optimistic. Doesn't LAUMA have a passive that converts every bloom to Lunar Bloom? It doesn't. Like, it... Lunar Bloom is just Bloom. It's just if the Bloom core explodes, the damage is calculated differently. But if you Hyperbloom it, it doesn't retain Hyperbloom, or it doesn't retain Lunar Bloom properties, as far as I'm aware. Maybe it does. Maybe I'm underestimating the fuck out of her, and she's actually just Omega Power Creep and new best character in the game. Alright, who the fuck? Like, maybe. But looking at these numbers, I think the assumption that Hyperblooms aren't converted to Lunar Hyperblooms is reasonable. Couldn't you run LAUMA with on-field FLINS to maximize Lunar Charge, Lunar Bloom, and Hyperbloom? Well, if you have an Electro, you're not getting Lunar Bloom. You're just getting Hyperbloom and Lunar Charge. Because in order for you to get Lunar Bloom, you need to not Hyperbloom the cores you generate. But if you have Electro, you will Hyperbloom them. but can you play FLINS in a hyperbloom team? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. 100%. Now, let me take a look at the fucking showcase. Yeah. Okay, chat. Is that Spanish? Or is it Portuguese? I don't fucking know. Any knowers? Portuguese? Okay, any Portuguese knowers that could tell me what superflorecimento means? Is that what they call hyperbloom? Hyperbloom? Okay. So, it's giving us the text for hyperbloom. Right? It doesn't have a different text. It doesn't say any sort of lunar bullshit. It says lunar bloom when you trigger bloom, but it doesn't say lunar hyperbloom when you trigger hyperbloom. So I think it'll only be the lunar bloom damage if the cores actually get to explode. And if you hyperbloom them, they get converted to normal hyperbloom. Isn't the text all fancy? The bloom text is fancy, but not the hyperbloom text. The hyperbloom text is normal. Like, you trigger the lunar bloom reaction, but the lunar bloom reaction doesn't deal damage. It generates cores that can deal lunar bloom damage if you let them explode. But if you don't let them explode, they don't do lunar bloom damage. They do hyperbloom or burgeon damage. Cyberbloom or lunar bloom better? Need to see some stuff for Nilo. Need to see some testing for Nilo before I can tell you with confidence. LAUMA Quill buffs Hyperloom Burgeon, right? Yeah, it does. But the LAUMA Quills are kind of worthless. Like, they're not bad, but they're fairly minor in terms of how much of a DPS upgrade you get from them. Why? Well, there's two possibilities, right? Either the damage gets added before EM multiplier, or it gets added after EM multiplier. If it gets added after EM multiplier, right? 400 and something percent of a little bit over 1,000 EM is going to be like 5,000. But your Hyperloom is already doing like over 30k. So in terms of a percentage increase, it's not that big. If it gets added before, though, that 5k is actually going to be like fucking over 40k, which would basically make it so that LAUMA as a whole triples Hyperbloom damage, which would clearly be completely unbalanced and completely break the game. So it's clear that's not how it works. Like, it would make LAUMA Hyperbloom like double the team DPS of Mawika. Right? Like, that's not happening. We know that's not happening. It's not double, but like 50 around like 40-50% more team DPS than Mawika if it worked like that. So it won't work like that. Since when is power creep unrealistic? It's not that power creep is unrealistic, it's that power creep doesn't happen this fast. How is FLINS DPS without Inefa? It's not looking too hot. It seems like without Inefa, if you don't go another Electro, his ER requirements shoot up like crazy. If you do go another Electro, you don't have a good Electro to actually buff his damage well. So, both options kind of feel like shit. Oh yeah, also, he loses 15% crit rate and 60 EM. From only having 2 out of 3 stacks of the set. Do you think they'll close the gaps between FLINS and LAUMA teams by the end of the beta? I don't think there's much of a gap between FLINS and LAUMA teams right now. Right? Like, all this stuff is for when Columbina comes out. Columbina doesn't come out for a while, and Columbina will also be buffing FLINS' teams. Right? These teams, right, are gonna hover around, like, 110k team DPS. Which is where... Which is also where fucking loser ass bitch guy fucking FLINS hovers. You still think he's standard? I never actually thought he was standard. It was a funny joke. Oh wait, chat. I just realized. I haven't checked how my Versa ranking changed. Oh, but I don't think I'm on the right set. Fuck. Yeah, I'm not on the right set. Shit. Cooked. Yeah. 61 on this one, but it's not the right one. This flower's dog shit. The problem is that this flower doesn't get me to a nice ER breakpoint. I hate being at 117, man. But, like, this is my alternative. And it's not actually better. It has one less stat. Anyways, Chad, keep everything with a grain. Keep everything I talked about with a grain of salt, right? Like, or look at everything I talked about so far with a grain of salt, right? We still don't have actual team testing footage, so I might be assuming things too optimistically or too pessimistically, right? We don't know yet. That's bad. Ooh. That. This 110 ER build is almost top 10. That's pretty sick. Number 3 NA for this category now. Let's save. Save. Where do I save? Save. Chill 110 ER build. And then if I want to look at my best build outside of that, this one's kind of cooked, right? Yeah, this one's cooked as hell. This one's so awful. Jesus Christ. This is a 120 ER build. Okay. We can take a look at this one, how this one ranks on the 120 ER leaderboard. Probably not terrible. It's probably not amazing either, though. Yeah. The real Varessa leaderboards are the 110 ER overload one. Or 120 ER overload. I have a really good build for like 100 ER, but that's kind of fake. Like, I don't actually play that build. And then what about this one? This one might be a little fake. Is 100 ER versus trolling? It's not bad. It's just adding more different useful roles tends to make your average artifact quality higher, right? Generally, your best 120 ER Verissa build, right? 20 ER is 4 substats. Your best 120 ER will probably have less than a 4 substat difference. Like outside of ER with your best 100 ER Verissa build. Like, basically, you might have like 2 less rolls of crit for 4 more rolls of ER on your best 120 ER build. Because you're increasing the pool of available stats that are good, and therefore the pool of artifacts that can end up rolling more total stats, right? And because ER on Verissa isn't worthless, at least up until like 120, 125-ish, then your best build in practice for Verissa will generally be your builds that hover between 115 and 125 ER. Did I log out and back in with this build? I don't even know. I wasn't paying enough attention. You're telling me you don't prelog this shit? What do you mean, man? Dude, imagine that's on the other set, by the way. Fuck. Aww. Let's get a funny ER piece. That's not funny anymore. That's not funny anymore. Please stop. Whatever. I'll finish it. Well, that was pathetic. It is what it is. Reroll target? No, because I don't fucking play Skirk. Well, that's not true. I do play Skirk, but I don't intend on min-maxing my Skirk the way I do my Verissa. Now you know why it wasn't pre-locked? Shut the fuck up. Did I reset? Oh, I don't know. Let me check. Oh, I did. Alright, bet. Let's check out this one, ranks. Go back. Oh, okay. A few. Refresh. Hey, top 10 on the 120 ER category. That's nice. Decent amount lower in the overload one, though, but still. Yeah. This feather is gonna be the death of me, man. We can save this. Chill 120% ER build. Yeah, it doesn't seem like I actually got an upgrade. My best build is still using off-piece Goblet, even though I got this. Dodge. Wait, actually? How competitive is a 130 ER leaderboard? What the fuck? Did I fucking yoink a piece from Yansan or some shit? Maybe. Bro isn't satisfied with number 1 in A. No, I'm not. You're on 2-piece? Wait, what? Oh, I am on 2-piece. How did this happen? Right. I'm just a fucking idiot. Yeah. Obviously. My goodness. This is 32 CD. What about this? It's also on the 120. Your ratio's a bit more balanced though. Oh yeah, chat. I just realized something. That's 400 EM from Wolani. That's a really good free-to-play weapon for her. Isn't it? Better than Widsith? It'd be similar. I'm right back, chat. I have returned. Man, I wish I had a non-ER fucking heavy 9-roll off piece. But alas. But alas. Wait, I do. Well, it's not a 9-roller, it's an 8-roller, but still. Maybe I can use this. Nah, that's probably fake as fuck. Vressa doesn't like attack nearly as much. Is he trying to get #1 Vressa? Yeah. But won't happen for a while. Probably won't happen, period. If it does happen, it'll happen if I get lucky this patch or next patch, and someone will beat me like the patch afterwards, probably. And I'll never get it again. Yeah, this isn't better. It's a fake build. Cooked. Yeah. Oh man. Maybe I have something worth leveling. Like maybe I could level this, but are none of these are 4-liners, huh? But, well, this one's a 4-liner. But you know what? Maybe this rolls ER. No. Maybe this only rolls crit. No. And this is a potential 8-liner. That's a low roll. Not a good sign. The high roll, but it's attack. I'll keep going. Sorry. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll never do it again. I apologize. Come on, ER. Come on, crit. Come on, ER. Come on, crit. Come on, ER. Come on, crit. I skipped the +0. Oh, I don't know, it's because I only have fucking. Come on. Attack. That's not the attack I wanted. Low roll. Come on, attack. That's not the attack I wanted. High roll. High roll. Wait. Fuck. It doesn't matter anymore, does it? crit. And roll. Low roll. Fuck. I think I'm reaching depression. That's good. But it kind of needs to only roll crit to really do an upgrade. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Percent. Crit. I think I might have a talent for this. Whatever, man. Get me out of here. We go do some new region exploration? Also, chat, I did a little bit of rhythm game off stream. I canoed Citlali and Varissa. And another one of them. I forgot which one. It was this one. Anyways, let's do the fucking fun one. I haven't slept since yesterday though, so it's probably gonna be a fucking pathetic performance. You forgot number 1 Varissa in the title? I did. Did I give it good? I didn't. Bah! Holy shit. I only have 2 songs left now. It's crazy. Wait. Let me close this. Like... What the fuck, dude? Fuck. Only got one good, right? Damn. Tragic. 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 Still though. At least we full comboed. So bad, I know. At least we do one of the ones we've already done. Have our fun. I can't sing at the same time, man. My brain doesn't have the fucking capacity for that. The processing power just isn't there. Then we do my favorite one, and then we go to the new region. Favorite of the new song? Eon song. I'm really pissed that I got the Yeonsan song first try, because I don't really have a reason to do it again now. got a good on the last note. No fucking shot. I just did that. Nah. 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 It's fine. I already canoed it, so it's fine. But still, dude, what the fuck? Awful. Yeah, that's fine. Anyways. Chat, it's time to go explore the new region a little. I'm gonna try not to fucking trigger quests, but I know that's not gonna be doable.
키워드 캐치 완료! 시범 운영 기간 동안 숙식 및 놀이 비용 전액 역제! 그러니까 놀고 먹고 즐기는
Okay, I think I managed to dodge the quest trigger, but
그럼 망설일 거 없지! 가자!
you do FLINS Scout without an EFA? Yes, but no. Like I kinda did, but I didn't. Like this was fake because I didn't take ER requirements into account. And when I do, (92% ER). Oh boy.
엄마 아빠가 그랬어. 아무리 바빠도 배고플 땐 즐겁게 배불리 먹어야 한다고. 그래서 난 먹을 걸 높게 쌓아서
Yeah, about that.
그럼 시간도 절약하고 양껏 먹을 수 있거든.
That's a little cooked. Right, like we lose the attack sense and we lose like 20% CV maybe. Like 3 stats. Yeah. Pretty big fucking difference. What's this? How do I... Do I need to progress the quest to get the thing to like interact with these? Or is that one not interactable? I will figure it out. Oh, I see. So, switch colors. Cannot swap gadgets. Oh, I have to press Z. I see. So, what exactly am I supposed to do here? What am I supposed to be painting? And what color am I supposed to be painting it? Not quite sure. There's blue paint here, so maybe it means I'm supposed to paint something blue. But what? No. What is that? Oh, I'm supposed to shoot these things. Probably. Oh. I supposed to paint it blue? Maybe? There's an underground area here. That way. Justice! This is not what I want to be on. Let's get back to this one. This one. This one. This one. No, that's the wrong. No, it's the right one, kind of. It's not what I want though, actually. This is the one I want, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. How do I get inside this gate? Do I need a key? Do I need to enter from a different place? I probably need to enter from a different place. Probably either from here or from here. I feel like it's gonna be from here. But it might just be the other side entirely. Alright.
어디에서 혹시 좀 보자.
That's kind of annoying, isn't it? Wait, can this shit go up? This shit can climb walls, right? Yeah. What the fuck am I? No! I didn't realize that was gonna fucking... Okay. It's a deal! Here, we probably gotta fucking paint something. That's an amogus. Is there a specific color we need? I don't know. There's a blue arrow. There's a lot of blue arrows. Let's try painting this blue. I don't know if you needed to do it blue. Yeah, it's probably just any color.
모험의 보상이군. 기념할 만하겠어. 날 맞을 수 있겠어?
What do we do here? We got balloons to bomb. go in? How the heck do I go in? And what's this? I don't know. On top? Maybe. Yeah, you're probably right, actually.
타올라라.
Doesn't seem like it's here either. Maybe it's here? Oh, it probably is. Yeah, it's probably here, right? Yeah, 100%.
이 용기를 보여주시지.
땅에서 자라난 건가?
야. So you're gonna inform me all of you. I mean, I'll do both.
장난 아니네.
We finally dealt with those guys. What's this? Rekis's orders. Word arrived from Nasha Town today. The Curatorium of Secrets has placed an informant on the island. They're watching us. And Radius Bones people. Huh. That's crazy.
땅에서 자라난 건가?
Bro, what? Ain't no way. I'll talk to these people. Ah. You make the day one impression video? No. Well, yes. It's not posted yet, but it is made, yes. I'll post it when I end stream today. What the fuck? Where did bro go? What the hell?
달려볼까?
Didn't realize there was an entrance here. Oh, there wasn't an entrance here. That was a gate from earlier. Let's see.
날 맞을 수 있겠어? 달려볼까?
Oh no. Oh no. I hate that it does that, man. That's fine. What is this bullshit? bullshit. Oh, I have to make them bloom a specific color. Not what I want to do. Yellow? No. Yes. Maybe. Don't really get it. We'll figure it out later, I guess. Alright. Take a photo. Oh, okay.
최대 출력. 태양이 나를 따른다.
Bro, fuck you. What do I do here? Color the balloons and decorate the Easy Breeze market. Once the chroma kite has been colored in, chromatic winds will blow it hither and thither, sketching out a colorful trail in the sky. I see. Where the fuck are the things I gotta color, dude? Oh. Bro. Oh no. Wait, I didn't fail? I thought I failed, chat. I guess I didn't fail. What is this? Oh. What the fuck do I do with this shit, man? I'm confused. I don't understand. What am I supposed to do here? Paints the statue in different colors. I'm just supposed to fucking paint it colors? I don't get it. have to use all the colors on it. I see. And you unlock the colors one at a time. How do I unlock the remaining colors I don't have yet? Is this through quests? I see. I see. That's kind of annoying. Because that means these chests are going to stay here. And it'll be annoying for me to use the compass. What's this? I can give you a hand. I don't know what I'm helping you with. Begin searching for the Koholosaur doll. Paint them. I gotta paint them. Oh no. I gotta find them first before I can paint them. What the heck? What the heck, dude? Oh. That's one done. I see. Well, that's kind of slightly annoying. How the what do you mean there's 3 in total? Where the hell, dude? How? Where? I don't... Huh? They're right there. Oh, there's one right there, you're right. How does that not count as painting it? What do you mean? Bro. How? How does that not count? Because the water drips on it? Oh. So, what do I have to do here? Do specific colors do something? Oh, I have to do this, right? Yeah, okay, bet. No, not that. Oh, I get it. I'm like supposed to paint the water so that the water paints it. I don't know. Anyways, where the hell is the last one shot? Any knowers? Or you got this one, right? Yeah. Oh, is it this one? Yep. Yeah. That's one of the fucking colors? Sick, dude. I didn't expect the colors to be that easy to find. Paint the balloons, but I need a fucking... Oh. That's also red. Is it not? What? clearly red. What do you mean? Or is it supposed to be the fucking color of this thing? It was. And that's the sky, I think. No, that's just the fucking... I know, it's a different thing. Cage. Sit? No. Take photo.
날 막을 수 있겠어?
혼자서 벼락한다고 어려웠겠네.
Use Farina to get to the island. How do you get there normally? This waypoint is unlocked by default. You can just teleport there. It's hard to tell that it's unlocked because the statue isn't unlocked. So you have to zoom in to see it. But, yeah, it is. We quickly grab this waypoint. Yeah, usually when they add islands, they give you a waypoint on them. Things you learn.
최대 출력.
불 태워줄까? 아니면 씹어줄까?
I should use an Asha for that shit, but... No, I'm fine. Alright. What am I supposed to do? Oh, I see. What the fuck? God, I hate the fucking bullshit controls for Yumkasaurs and Kanish. Well, that counts as complete. My camera kind of fucking heated itself there. What the fuck did you even collide with? How did you explode in my face like that? Oh, whatever. Fuck you.
일단 편하게 앉아봐.
동점이다. 왜 무섭겠지? 반짝거리는 거네.
Could pick up this quest. I don't feel like it though. Chat, I'm gonna be honest. Alright, I think that's gonna be it for today. Tomorrow, I will have gotten some sleep. Alright, I didn't get any sleep today, so I've been a little oof. But I'll get some sleep for tomorrow, and we'll yap about the leakers again, and in more detail. I have a video to post. So as usual, if you can find it through YouTube, it helps more the algorithm. I don't know what I should call it. I've had enough of this abyss. That's a good title. But yeah, video's been posted. Go find it through YouTube if you're too lazy to understand. Here's a link. Watch it.